Okay, perfect. So we are in, everything's fine. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna full mode. So I have successfully logged into HEB account, to my HEB account. And we're gonna go to HEB account. We're gonna go to the main board. Man, it's all different. My God, I don't know why it's different. So we're gonna go HEB CTF. So we're gonna get redirected to it. Except all cookies, I don't care. And we're gonna go and go and see where are the damn machines. Where are they? Why is this so much different? Like, why? Okay. My God, the site is way different than the last time. Okay, that's weird. My God, why is this different? I don't want to create CCF, I just want to play with them. Okay. Here are teams from Italy and stuff. Well, I don't care. Why is this? Are you kidding me? Oh my God, how to do this, dog? Why is this different? Republic HGB. Okay, click on sign up. My God, this is dumb. First of all, the site is so much shitty. Like, why they did change it? It was perfect back then. Okay, that's weird. And that looks easy. Machines, I guess. Yes. I don't want to build. Okay, here. Machines, correct. Finally, we're at it. So we're gonna go to, we're gonna start with Linux machines. So we're gonna go for very easy. And we're gonna start with a, I don't know. Oh my God, I would have to log in again. Why are you doing this? Okay, we are logged in. Beautiful. When I want to get back. Okay, we're gonna save this. So we are logged in here. I want these machines like this. Yes. We're gonna go Linux, very easy. I'm gonna start with the very easy and finish them. Now the free ones. And then we're gonna go to easy, medium, hard, and insane. Like we have like 1000 hours, which is a lot of hours. We have a lot of time. So let's go. Okay, perfect. So this is the machine. Let's copy its link very fast. Paste in here. Okay, that does nothing. This button doesn't work. So we're gonna play the machine. It's gonna redirect us and verify our account and say the machine is not found. Now, that's weird. Because we're gonna go starting point. Like I didn't visit this website since Corona times. Like weird. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna go with the um, the guide. Learn the basics of penetration testing. Then we're gonna start from tier 0. Okay. Learning outcomes. In the first year, you will gain essential skills in the world of cybersecurity pen testing. You'll start by learning how to connect to various services such as FTP, SMB, Telnet, Resync, and RDP. So FTP is a shell like SSH, but it's not encrypted. SMB, it's a Windows transfer protocol, and it's pretty vulnerable. Everybody knows that. Telnet, the same. It's like protocol. I forgot what it does. RDP. Next, you'll discover the power of Nmap. Nmap is very important. It's like you're gonna go and discover the open ports of a specific IP address, and it works in these SCF labs, capture the flag labs, and it works for the real world. Like, it is one of the most important tools that you're gonna need to use in daily usage. Just drink a little bit of water. Okay, beautiful. It's complete. A valuable software identifying open ports on target systems, allowing you to access their vulnerabilities. Lastly, you'll explore connecting to a Mongo database server. Okay, adding a valuable layer to your penetration testing knowledge. This year will lay a strong foundation for your journey into the realm of cybersecurity. So, I'm gonna thank hackthebox for making this guide, and I didn't do this since very long time, and I have forgot everything. And we're gonna start step by step, and I don't want to swim in those incredible amount of certifications that won't do you any good, rather than procrastination of the real goal, which is to get your hands on the material. So this guide, we're gonna start and we're gonna know how we would penetrate these machines, and we're gonna adapt into a pattern so that we follow it from our roadmap, which is going from very easy machines to very hard into insane machines. And we have enough time and enough resources to do this. Okay, so we're gonna learn how to connect FTP. Yeah. We're gonna learn how to use Nmap and identify open ports. These open ports are open because of specific services that a workstation might run. For example, we might have OpenSSH, which is used a lot if you want to, connect a terminal from a workstation to another. You use SSH, or you want to connect with your cloud server, then you use SSH, or for example, PuTTY as well in Windows. And we're gonna learn how to connect to a Mongo database server. So a Mongo database server, I don't know what is this exactly. But we're gonna discover this alongside with each other. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna go and install Brave browser because it is a way better browser if we want to do this. So we're gonna go Brave Linux because I'm just used working with Brave, and having it is gonna be perfect, even with my virtual machine. So we're gonna paste this. It's gonna do it automatically, hopefully. Then he's gonna go and install it and gonna prompt us our user password. And my user is Parrot, and the password is Parrot for the moment. I'm gonna change it later, offline of course, but for the moment it's pretty enough. Okay, so we have a video walkthrough for this machine if we had any difficulties not doing it. And we have a write-up, which is a very formal way of writing the steps of exploitation of a certain target. And this is a very important skill when penetrating anything. You want to adapt this skill to write about the steps that you have followed, your research, so that you could showcase your work to your company that employed you to, for example, scope on that target. And you'll need to learn how to write this type of essays, okay? And this is very important. And with each machine, we're gonna try to use AI and our knowledge to write write-ups for each machine. So we have the official write-up from Hack the Box staff team, and we're gonna do our own. And if we got stuck, then we're gonna use one of these resources. And these resources are only for the very easy machines, which are the guide, which will show you how we will attack the next machines. We're gonna follow this pattern of writing or write-ups or yeah. So we're gonna follow this pattern. Like each machine, we're gonna make a live stream rather than a video walkthrough, and we're gonna make a AI or mixed with AI and our efforts write-up for each machine. Okay, so I hope you get my point. Okay, so the first thing is we're gonna need to connect to the machine. So we have a virtual machine of Parrot OS. It is a very basic out of the box machine. It has all the tools that you're gonna need to use pre-configured, pre-installed. So what we have to do is just follow this and we're gonna get to connect very easily, like in 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, so to attack the target machine, you must be on the same network. So to be in the same network, we're going to use a VPN provided by the HTTP website. So we're going to use OpenSSH to connect to it. And then we're going to be on the same network. And then Hack the Box is going to give us an IP address of the very easy machine. And then we could run our nmap, scan onto it, and discover the vulnerable services that runs on specific open ports. And when we do that, then we could exploit each service and look up for the exploits that are already in the database. So we're gonna look into that step by step. It's very easy. These first machines, okay? So it may take a minute for HTTP to recognize your connection. If you don't see an update after 2 or 3 minutes, refresh the tab. So we're gonna click on this, connect using boundbox. No, we're gonna not use this because this is inside their browser. It's pretty slow. It's not recommended for any reasons, for any means. If you had a VM like me, then use OpenVPN. It's very faster and very reliable. Okay, so we're gonna use Europe service VPN access, and the VPN server is gonna be this one. Is the faster they have, and we're gonna use TCP protocol, TCP/IP protocol, and then we're gonna download the file that has the handshake for us to connect to that VPN. So we click on download, and then we click on save, and then we have the OVPN. This extension is like used to connect with this. So this is the one that we have, and then he's waiting for our connection. So he's giving us this type the phone into the terminal. So he's gonna give us the command. So the path is the download, and then we're gonna find this file. Then it's gonna connect us automatically. So we're gonna open the terminal. Here we go, we have the terminal. We're gonna list what we have in this instance. Okay, so we're gonna go to this directory, downloads. So we're gonna change directory. downloads. Okay. Okay, downloads. We're gonna clear the screen. We're gonna list again. And then we have the file. So we're gonna double click and copy. And we're gonna go and type OpenVPN. VPN. Do we have this? Oh my god, we don't have OpenVPN for real. So we're going to go and install OpenVPN. Sudo apt install OpenVPN. So this is the package. It is installed indeed. So let's check open. Okay, we might have a problem when it comes to the environment. So we're gonna fix this. To do this, we're gonna ask the AI. So we're gonna go and we're gonna, for example, go for Google AI Studio. I just love this interface. It is free. You could easily access it. You don't have to have a, you just need to have a Google account. And sometimes you don't have to use it. It's perfectly free without any account. So we're gonna go for the Flash Light Gemini because we want fast answers because all of our answers are gonna be very basic. Okay, so we're gonna ask, I have this error after I installed a VM of part1. I think it is a problem to the uh, environment path or something like that. I don't remember. Because I have OpenVPN installed. Okay, then we're gonna go and control enter. So he's gonna give us this. And then he's gonna ask us, okay. So we do have a path problem. Okay, so we're gonna go and paste this. Oh my god, this doesn't give us anything. Weird. Okay, so if this works, then we have a problem in our path environment. Yes, we do have path environment problem. Run with sudo. I do have path problem. I need to create its own bash shell. Okay, so I guess we have a path problem. Let's troubleshoot that. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, all this. Hmm. So here is the output of this command. So I have to troubleshoot this before I get into connecting to the machine. Okay. And then we're gonna paste the outputs very easily. Copy, and then we're gonna paste it. Then we're gonna run it. Okay, excellent. Then we're gonna go and echo the path. Okay, I see here the path. I'm gonna echo it. Here, the echo the path. See, this is a very classical problem in OS, in part OS. I had this like since Corona. Solved it pretty easy with AI. Like you don't have to think about it. You just solve it, that's all. Okay, temporary fix. We could use this fix or we could export the path of the right path. So let's export the path. Then let's try our first command that we had. No, it doesn't show up. Yes, it was this one. So we're gonna clear, paste it. Okay, it works like butter. Okay. So we're gonna ask him how to make this temporary command work forever. Okay, I don't know, I can't do that. Okay, beautiful, thank you for that. Okay, so we're gonna nano into the configuration of our bash shell. So we're gonna nano into it. Hold on a second. I'm gonna click here on copy to clipboard. We're gonna paste. And then we're gonna go and scroll to the very bottom and add this this export command. So we could export our path to the user.spin, so to our binary directory. So each time we write a command package name, it redirects us to the binary directory in Linux, which all binary lives at. So we're gonna go down, 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 down to the very bottom. Then we're gonna go and export this. And then click on save on Nano. Then we're gonna go and source it into this terminal so that we could apply our changes. And then right now, we're gonna go and create a new terminal. I'm gonna source this and I'm gonna go click open VPN. It works like butter. So right now I have to go and pray for Maghrib and I'm gonna get back. The live stream is gonna be on and I'm just gonna go and deactivate the microphone and I'm gonna get back in like 15 minutes or 20 minutes. So this is the challenge. It's like doing this 1000 hours, like each day at least 10 hours of live stream. And we're gonna have these pauses, unfortunately. And yeah, goodbye. Okay, we're back to grinding. So I had to take a long break, but we're back. Okay, wonderful. Let's check if everything is alright. Okay, beautiful. It works actually, right? Let's check that. Yes, it does. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so we have fixed successfully the path for our orders or commands on the terminal. Then we could right now connect to this instance. Perfect. So we click on that, copy it, and then we paste it. We have an error. Yes, okay, okay. It didn't read because it is just one file in here. Let me just list real quick. Okay, and then we're gonna go type S. I don't know why it doesn't take it, but I'm gonna help him. Like if you click tab, it should automatically get you there. Okay, fine. And we have a fatal error. Weird. Okay, let's cancel this. Do it again. Okay, we're gonna save it again. Replace it. Access the terminal. Do the same command. It should work right now. That's weird. Oh, we need root permissions because operation was not permitted. Because we're gonna type sudo the same command and just type here VPN. And then there we go. Okay, it works. It works like butcher. So here we should see it change. If we refreshed the page, so do we have to refresh it? No, we just need to redo it again. So we are online with 111 other users or players because the whole concept of Hack the Box is just to gamify the exploitation, what you call it, to gamify it, you know. And we have this IP address that we are connected to. Beautiful. We are connected to Europe server and we are at the point 2, starting point 2. Beautiful. Okay, so we are connected right now. So we're gonna spawn the machine. We click on spawn machine. I'm gonna wait until it creates the instance on the Hack the Box servers. It's gonna take a while before that happens. Okay, that's taken more than what I thought. Okay, let's wait. Maybe we have to refresh the page for this to work. Let's try that. Okay, we have refreshed the page and then we are joining the instance. It still takes tons of time. I don't know why. Okay, we have to just wait, I guess. Okay, so in the meanwhile, I'm just gonna go to the AI and I'm gonna ask him how to make the cache better. For example, I want auto-filling of the file or command if I type tab, for example. So we have to install bash completion package, maybe that's what we need to do. I'm gonna clear this as we install Brave. We're gonna use it in the next stream, I guess. We're gonna paste this. Bash install bash completion. Okay, so we do have this already. Okay, we're gonna need to add. Okay, so we're gonna need to add this on the bash script. So we're gonna go nano. Then we're gonna go, oh my god, what you doing? What are you doing? So nano. And then we're gonna type, oh my god, it doesn't work. Just remember this keyboard, it's weird. So key, copy this right now. Bash config file. Then we're gonna paste it, and I'm gonna go into nano. We're gonna go at the bottom of the script. We're gonna add this. And then I hope we get a colorized bash. We could as well install another whole bash, no, shell that is um, automatically configured to be better. So I don't really care that much. Okay, this is here. Okay, let's add this to the bash script as well. And go down, 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 and paste this. Beautiful. Okay, we could install this shell as well. Then we're gonna source this. Pretty easy. Okay, so here it is. So for example, let's do sudo apt. Then does he remember? Nah, it does not. Oh, we have to configure this later, I guess. So let's see if the instance is ready. Yes, it is ready. That is IP address. So we have the first task. So we have to read the walkthrough because this is very easy. We're just gonna get, oh my god, don't, okay, perfect. So we're gonna read the walkthrough as well, like this. I'm just gonna need to make its own tab and we're gonna just divide these two tabs together. Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you for this, but I don't want to set up. Okay, we don't need this tab, so we're gonna delete it. Okay, so this is the walkthrough. I'm just gonna install an extension that is very important that you have to install all the time, which is pop-up. I'll just have these three extensions. Pop-up blocker. This one's very important. I do it all the time. It's essential, I guess. And we're gonna need to have add guard. No, add guard, please. Yes. We're gonna add it as well. It's gonna take a little while. And then we're gonna need dark reader. Yes, dark reader. So add him. So we don't want any type of ads, that's why. Then we're gonna add this one is the most important. If you want to read in I don't know if you want to read PDF or anything, and it is like this on white mode, then it should change automatically to dark mode, right? That didn't happen. Okay, why? Okay, so it is configured to dark mode. No, it doesn't work with PDF. Like it should work with PDF. Okay. This page is protected by browser. Okay, that's weird. So, okay, we're gonna just use the white mode. We don't have another option. This is the name of the machine. It's a cat machine, so we have meal. And it's prepared by this guy, 1 9. So this is the setup of it. Welcome to the hack box. Before we start with your very first vulnerable machine, let us make sure you are connected to the target's network and know your way around the terminal. When visiting this charting points labs page, you might have been prompted to pick between a box connection or a VPN configuration file that you can download and run on your virtual machine. The recommended and simplest method is using box. Sorry, but box is just not my thing, which provides a fully configured virtual machine directly in your browser. So when you configure a virtual machine, the browser is going to be very slow, and you're going to have delay when you put your commands. You can't access the browser like this. It's going to be way slower. So I guess having a VM running on your hardware is just way better. So here we have box. Running box is no, we don't want to run box. Sorry for that. Because it's just showing us what I just did. Okay, so here's the IP address that's gonna be response. So he has this one, which is a bit different than what we have, but it does the same thing. So in this case, the IP address is 10, etc., but yours will be likely different. Surely it is different. To ensure the lab is set up properly, copy the IP address and return the. Okay, so we're gonna ping this IP address. That's what is trying to say to us. So I'm just gonna move this. This is our VPN terminal. I'm not gonna touch that. So we're gonna open a new terminal and we're gonna play with it. Okay, so we're gonna start the ping command. So we're gonna ping into this IP address. If this IP address was reachable, we're gonna see this output. Exactly. So we're gonna get these bytes back from this IP address that he's saying, hey, I'm alive, I'm reachable. And we have this delay, which is half a second or 63 milliseconds, which is very fast. Very fast for a terminal, I guess. So let's go. So yeah. So clicking on this icon will open a menu where you can copy paste contents to and from box. So this is the box kind of walkthrough. We don't need to do all that. So he's gonna ping. Man, he has 8 milliseconds, which is way faster. But it gets a little bit slower as well. So if you get responses back like in the screenshot above, you can reach the machine and are ready to start. What? Ethical hacking for sure. Well, I'm not gonna call this ethical hacking or hacking in general. It's just like stupid, stupid, very stupid, and scratching of the very surface of this industry. So we're not gonna call this hacking by any means. It's like just scratching, just doing the bare minimum. So after this challenge, like 1000 hours, I hope I get to the insane machines and, get them done. After that, we're gonna have to go into bounty hunting. And that's where it starts, the concurrence, the hard work, the true work, I guess. So yeah, this is just a challenge to make us, adapting to the bare minimum or the surface of the industry. So, because that's the purpose of this challenge. For more detailed explanations on Box and troubleshooting, visit the Introduction to Box page. Or alternatively, if you prefer to set up your own virtual machine and connect via OpenVPN, check out the Setting Up module on HTTP Academy. So this is very simple. Like you could skip this without even thinking about it because it's very simple. So here's finally the introduction. Here we're gonna start exploring what do we do with this IP address. And the first thing we're gonna learn is enumeration, or what we call it is reconnaissance. We're gonna make a reconnaissance about this machine. We're gonna know what this machine does, what are the services, which version of these services are running, and etc. 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 So the first thing we're gonna start with is enumeration. So I'm gonna go and open Notion, I guess. Yes, I'm gonna go and open Notion. So in Notion, we're gonna go and yeah, we're gonna use Notion to make our own notes exactly. So we're gonna use this tab and connect our email. Like, I don't care if this email got leaks or anything. Just made for this VM, and as soon as this stream ends up, this email is literally useless. So I have been doing some work on this email as well in Notion, but it's not that much. So we're gonna add a private empty page. So this page, I'm gonna call it hack the box. Hack the box machines. Okay, and we're gonna go and have as well new page. We're gonna call it hack the box academy. So yeah, we're gonna need academy that's provided by the hack the box, because without this academy we can't do anything, you know. It is the ultimate guide. Okay, and it's very important to go through the academy so that you have enough knowledge to tackle the machines. Because if you just tackle the machines and being dependent on AI tools, etc., or Googling, it's going to be very tough to learn a simple information that you could get it very easily with the academy. So in combination of these two resources and these nodes, we are going to tackle the machine successfully. So in which category this falls? Like very easy machines, it falls more of the academy kind of thing, because it's more of a guide rather than doing anything. So we are going to make another page, and we're gonna call this page easy, very easy machines. Very easy machines. Beautiful. Then we're gonna make another page, a lot of pages for this very first machine. So we're gonna call this first machine, and then we're gonna give it her name, which is Meow, right? The cat machine or something like that. We're gonna go on top of the PDF. I'm gonna copy this word and paste. Okay, beautiful. So here we are going to skip this and get right away to the introduction. Okay, beautiful. So when first starting a penetration test or any security evaluation on a target, the primary step is known as enumeration. This step consists of documenting the current state of the target to learn as much as possible about it. So the enumeration falls under reconnaissance or reconnaissance, recon. It's like recon in short. So we're gonna make our first heading. Yes, we're gonna call this recon. And then we're gonna put the first thing, which is it's not gonna be a heading, but more of a heading two. Okay, not bad. So this is the enumeration. Yes. Yes, yes, exactly. So we have recon, enumeration. Okay. So this step consists of documenting the current state of the target to learn as much as possible about it. So we're just gonna take this, copy and paste it. Yes, so this is the definition of enumeration. So we're gonna go and make toggles list. Yeah, this one exactly. I'm just gonna type here definition. Beautiful. Then we're gonna open the toggle lists, and we're gonna just do this a bullet list, and then we're gonna paste this. No, that didn't apply. Weird. We could just do it over here, the bullet list. Beautiful. So we have right now the definition. Yes, thank you for the grammar correction. So since you are now on the same virtual private network VPN as the target, you can directly access it as any user would. If the target is a web server on a public web page, you can navigate to its IP address to see what the page contains. So if this IP address here, we're just gonna copy this, put it over here under quotes. Yes. So all our course is gonna be an IP address. It's kind of sick to just put that there. So if this IP address was website, just gonna go and type HTTPS, HTTP. It's gonna be HTTP most of the time because there's nothing. So if it was web server, then we're gonna see a response of connection that there is, for example, a port. Most of the time it's gonna be port 80, you know, and 8080. These are the website's portal if that service was open. And then we're gonna see the website. Sometimes you need to host name. Yeah, you have to configure the host name in the DNS server so that you could get the website because of some registry problems, because it is a local machine and you are connecting through VPN. It's not like on the open web, clear web, just automatically converts to the host name and you get the connection. We're gonna see that later for sure. Okay. You can navigate to its IP address to see what the page contains. If the target is a storage server, you can connect to it using the same IP address to explore the files and folders stored on it. Provided that you have the necessary credentials, the question is, how do you find these services? Yeah, so the question, how? So we're gonna make another toggle list, like, how could I find the services of this machine? This is a very useful and important question. Like, how could I find the services? Like, what should I do? Like, I don't know which open port this service has. I don't know what this IP address has. What are the footholds that I could take on and make myself in this machine? And for that, we have an answer. So yeah, you cannot manually search for them. Yeah, you cannot. You just can't go to Google and paste the IP address. It won't give you anything. For instance, we're just gonna try that. We're gonna go type Google, get to Google right away. Then we're gonna paste it. Like it won't give us anything, like literally anything. It's gonna give us these websites, but that's not the ports. Like you can't Google it. So you have to use a tool that runs on your local network in order to expose these ports or these services that are running on these ports. Okay, beautiful. So you cannot manually search for them because it will take a long time, and you just cannot ping each port by yourself on the terminal because that would be very stupid to not just automate that hard work into a tool that many people have thought of it and made it. Like It's a very classical tool, and we're gonna get to know it here. Every server uses ports in order to serve data to the other clients. So a server is configured to use ports, which makes these services exposed for the end user, which are the clients, right? So the first steps in the enumeration phase, or in the enumeration phase in hackthebox, which is, that's how hackthebox works. Like, you have to do enumeration before you do anything else. And sometimes enumeration that this guide tells you will not function. Like, most of the time, if you want to do this in the real world, like outside of machines, ethically, of course, then you'll have to get yourself through social engineering, for example. Maybe with for educational purposes, of course. Maybe you need to make some suspicious links, for example, that a corporate employee could click on. Then you get your malware on that workstation. And then you get yourself in that local network, for example. That's just a bare example. And through that, you could just do this enumeration with Nmap, for example, etc. So you're not gonna have this VPN out of the goals, out of the box made for you to run Nmap. That's not how the real world works. To get to this IP address, to get to their services, you'll have to do a lot more work, and for educational purposes and ethically, of course. Okay, so let's complete. So the first steps in the enumeration phase involves scanning these ports to see the purpose of the target on the network and what potential vulnerabilities might appear from the services running on it. In order to quickly scan for ports, we can use a tool called Nmap, which will detail more in the enumeration chapter of this write-up. So yes, we're gonna use this tool Nmap, which is a very important tool, and it is by default installed and configured on security OSS operations system like part1, Kali Linux, etc., etc. They are made for these tools. For you to not install them again and again and again, they just come out in one package. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, I don't know why. Oh my god. Oh my god, the mouse. Holy shit. And I hate this. Oh my god, this bugged. The mouse has bugged because of this. Oh my god. So we would have to, restart the machine. We don't have any other options. It's weird, I guess, but we don't have anything to do. So we're gonna save the machine state so that we could restore everything like it is, so we don't have to do everything from the beginning. So we just close the machine and save its state. It's gonna take a little bit of time. Yeah, this is an error or a glitch that happens on VirtualBox. It's weird, but you know, it's not perfect. Nothing is perfect. This is like the normal the normal experience, the hard work behind the scenes, I guess, that you have to go through with a virtual machine. So we're gonna wait for the machine to load again. It's gonna take some times. Okay, perfect. And now we have the mouse configured. It's going to full screen. Okay. So yeah, the answer is gonna be here, Nmap. Yes, Nmap. We're gonna add that to the dictionary. Okay, beautiful. So we're gonna use Nmap. Yeah. So after finding the open ports on the target, we can manually access each of them using different tools to find out if we have access to their contents or not. Okay, so after we find the ports that the target has, we could manually access each of them using different tools. So after we use Nmap, which is the very first tool if you had an IP address configured on your local network, or you could just connect to it on the internet, or I don't know, then we would have to use another tools to get more knowledge about those services. Okay, so yeah, that's what he said in here. So different services will use different tools or scripts to be accessed. So for example, the Windows service SMB, there is a GitHub page that has a set of scripts that you could run in order to get access to these ports. Like without those scripts, you would have to do that manually and it will be a headache. But with those scripts, you could just enumerate more on those services, okay, that are open. Beautiful. Also, these can be discovered and learned by a beginner penetration tester only with time and practice. Okay, okay, beautiful, beautiful. And some deletion, Googling. So yeah, most of the time, this phrase of Googling is not relevant anymore. Like you could add AI to it as well because AI just helps too much on this. And you know, everything has become easy on IT. People are losing their jobs because of AI. Like stuff that AI could do right now, like humans, a lot of experts could do as well, which makes AI just a better solution, right? And it helps you if you are learning. It is a great tool. And that's what we do right now. So 90% of penetration testing consists of research done on the internet about the products you are testing. So, okay, since the technological ecosystem is continuously evolving, it is impossible to know everything about everything. So yeah, this industry changes every single time, like really every single time. And you just cannot make a set of notes and then after you have accumulated a set of experiences, then you could tell, yeah, I'm an expert. You never be an expert in IT in general. Never. Like it is just getting back to the 0 point in knowing how to get on top. And then this journey from getting to zero to on top is the experience itself. So if you are good at that, then you are a good IT expert or a good hacker or good whatever, okay? So this journey, if you are mastering this journey, this learning curve, then you are good at what you do because IT is evolving each time. It is always changing and new technologies just appear. Like for example, AI, it wasn't that much of a trend until like 2022, 2023. So yeah, so a lot of hackers just learned how AI models are built and how prompt injection. We didn't have prompt injection at Corona Science, I guess. Like we didn't have that. It wasn't a trend. It wasn't known. And with AI, we now have a new attack vector. So this is a very perfect example of this. So right now I'm just gonna go and pray again for the last prayer of the day, and then we're gonna be open for this introduction, and we're gonna learn more about this machine, and we're gonna learn more and get ourselves more into this material, and we are going to complete the 10-hour challenge for the day, and then in general we're just going to complete that 1000 hour. Then we could move to bounty hunting, And then we're gonna have live streams on that because I just don't care about money. I just want to learn. I just want to have fun. And this channel is gonna grow. I believe in that. If it didn't, I really don't care because this just makes me more consistent, more disciplined to share what I do and to actually express it into an actual language like English. If I could do that, that's very, very perfect. And I just love it. So, yeah, let's go into pray. Okay, we're back. So we were here. This, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna complete reading and learning. So after finding the open ports on the target, we can manually access each of them using different tools to find out if we have access to their contents or not. Okay, beautiful. So we're going to use different tools or then Nmap to enumerate more about those services. So different services will use different tools or script to be accessed. These can be discovered and learned by a beginner penetration tester only with time and practice and some diligent Googling. 90% of penetration testing consists of research done on the internet about the products you are testing. Since the technological ecosystem is continuously evolving, it is impossible to know everything about everything. The key is to know how to look for the information you need. The ability to research effectively is a skill you need to continuously adapt and resolve and evolve into your top quality. This is correct. So, as I said before, if you don't continuously improve, you're gonna get behind. So you have to make a habit, and that's what I'm trying to do through these streams, is to make that crazy long habit of doing this like all the time. And because I have the privilege and the time and resources to do this, it's just a blessing and I'm very thankful for it. So I'm gonna go and sacrifice a lot of time actually. And I hope this turns out well. So let's see. Let's invest actually. Let's say, let's invest. So let's invest in this. Okay, perfect. So the objective here is not speed, but meticulous. I don't know what this word means. Okay, let's ask AI what this word means actually. So just go what this word means. You paste that and then you type control and enter. Okay, and here we go. The word meticulousness is a noun that describes the quality or state of being meticulous. Okay, showing great attention to detail, very careful and precise, extremely careful about doing something. So we shouldn't be speedrunning this guy, for example, just to give example. We should not speedrun. For example, this guide, just we could skip it because I already know most of it, because I already did this since I was younger. But no, I should actually digest. I should get everything that this little PDF could give me. And that is the key to be better at this industry. It's not by buying a course on Udemy or watching a tutorial on YouTube. No, it is the hard, long hours of doing this very little details and actually focusing on them and actually being enough disciplined to go this long path, because most of people think of hacking as a stereotype, as you just click a button or two and then you have this result, then you have this exploit, and then you have this product, this tool that automates this vulnerability, and then you have access over this machine or over this CCTV, and then you're that's Hollywood hero when it comes to that. No, it's not like that. It's more of this very boring reading, testing your knowledge on the ground, so just like putting your hands on the material and trying to test this and that, trying to Google, trying to go into forums, asking people what they did, how they would do it again, asking people, for example, you got stuck here, you don't know that, you don't know this, reading through forums, making actually bots that automate this and actually gives you the pure resources that you are looking for. So a lot of people, rather than going to actually the dark web or anything like that, they just make a scraper and or a botnet and on insights, and they actually try to overcome those captchas. And if they did, then they have a lot of content that is very easy. For example, I'm looking for this type of vulnerability, and it is discussed at this type of forum or at this type of onion site, and then the scraper has already farmed this knowledge and stored it into a database of nodes. And I just try to find that string that has this vulnerability, like for example, a Q string or whatever. Then you have your query search, and then you find that information, and then you note it into your original node, and then you have done a lot of work just by automation. Then you have a lot of information doing that. So never skip these tools that are going to serve you a end effect. Give me a moment. I'm just going to do something real quick. So yeah, so actually building these tools and actually making a lot of automation and doing this hard work, letting the computer do it for you, would give you a crazy advantage over the concurrence that is in the market. And they're gonna see your profile as overnight success or something like that, but you did it smart, not hard. So actually try to be a little bit smart when doing the hard work. So smart hard or something like that, just a mixture of them. So you just don't want to do this stupidly and try to brute force your way in, because no, that's not how it works. Like there is incredible amount of information, and to actually filter that amount, and to actually build your notes about it, and to actually target your notes into a certain kind of task or functionality, then that makes the most work, and you're gonna be very successful about it. And that's what I'm trying to do actually. So step by step, small step by small step, okay? We're gonna go through all of this. So yeah, it's pretty basic actually. Like scraper or botnet idea is not something new. Like it is pretty classical thing on the internet. Like I'm gonna say like 80% of Reddit users are botnets actually. So just to be on track. So yeah, so let's complete the guide. So if a resource on the target is missed during the enumeration phase of your test, might lose a vital attack vector, which would have potentially cut your work time on the target in half or even less. So this phrase or this paragraph here tells us that if you were doing this in speedrun mode, and if you wanted to hack as fast as possible and actually shrinked the amount of time in this phase, which is enumeration, you are going to end up with missing a vital attack vector, or missing a service, or missing something that you didn't look up well. And by that, you're going to waste a lot of time, because you're going to find everything that you've locked in this shortened enumeration. You're going to find it's missing something very important. And maybe what you did in this enumeration was irrelevant, and it had nothing to do with the vulnerability that exists in this machine. And just like that, you're gonna waste 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, even weeks, because you just skipped enumeration and you didn't do it well, because this is the most important part, which is reconnaissance. Very important. You should fucking focus on it. Like, I'm not kidding. You should focus on it. And when people skip this, don't skip it. Just don't. And don't speedrun it. So, yeah. And if you actually studied enumeration as it should be, and you're slow enough and actually taking information as it's supposed to be, then you're not gonna miss that vital attack vector. And by that, you're gonna be one of the best at getting in at this machine and actually getting into root privileges, etc., which is actually a very important note, actually. So we're gonna note it over here. So we are here in enumeration. So we're just gonna go and make a bullet list over here. So we're gonna just differentiate between the toggle lists and then the bullet lists with a little bit of space. Then we're gonna tell here this note. So don't speedrun or skip. Like, what I mean by skipping enumeration is like, okay, I've run nmap and that's everything I did, and I have this set of ports that are open, so let me just move up. No, you shouldn't move up. You should stay at nmap, try different variables, different parameters, just trying to tweak, trying to add this script, trying to do that. Just like you have did everything with nmap that is possibly imaginable, then you could move to other tools. So yeah, that's what I mean by skipping. It's like doing a little bit and then, okay, that seems to be obvious. Like, sometimes it is true, it is obvious, but a lot of times it is not. It is a vital step that you shouldn't skip. So don't speedrun or skip enumeration, because you could miss a vital attack vector. Let me just get that. Attack vector, and you will end up wasting time. So that's it. Okay, that's the note about enumeration. So I'm gonna go and make here a header, second header, and no, not a second header. I'm just gonna make a third header, I guess. I need it just to be yeah, just like that. We're gonna type here tips. Oh my god, why is this clicking as it's supposed to be? Yeah, tips. Perfect. Tips and tricks. Okay, so this is the section of tips and tricks, and these are like questions, definitions that goes below the main header, which is enumeration. And enumeration is just one phase of recon, because recon has a lot of phases, and it is a very important first step on your attack series of vectors, or I don't know what you call that. Let me just correct my language. I have forgot a lot of these stuff, a lot of technical words, but we're gonna get back. We're gonna refresh my memory with you guys. So here we go, enumeration finally. So after our VPN connection is successfully established, we can ping the target's IP address to see if our packets reached their destination. Yes, we have done that, just I guess 2 hours before this moment. You can take the IP address of your current target from the starting point labs page and paste it into your terminal after typing in the ping command as illustrated below. So in the real world, you don't have this gift of giving you IP addresses for free, or no, you'll have to farm for them, and you'll have, of course, ethically, and you'll have to do a lot of work to just get into that local network area and try to get in. Like this is the most important step. It's like before enumeration, before all of that, you should actually employ social engineering. You should employ a lot of stuff before you even get into that network. So hackthebox actually focuses on that area or on that section of work after you get into the network. So if you want to be actually comfortable around this area, then hackthebox is perfect, but it's not perfect in the real world. It's not going to work like this, and you'll have to do a lot more work behind just to get to this point, which is I have the IP address, I am connected to their network, and I could run my enumeration. So to see this is actually not as easy as it might seem like. So in this guide, he had pinged the IP address. We've got some packets as a response in very, very little amount of times, like 20 milliseconds, which is very, very fast actually. For a terminal or for a internet connection, that's very fast. For me, let me just see how much I got. Oh my god, I'm way, way slower than him. Well, because he lives at their service, at their, because he's one of the company and he has one of the computers companies, one of the computers that's at the fucking forget it. My English doesn't help that much, but it's alright, it's alright. So, after 4 successful replies from the targets, we can determine that our connection is formed and stable. We can cancel the ping command by pressing the Ctrl+C combination on our keyboard, which will be displayed in the terminal as this. Yes, let's just try this. So yes, we just did it before. So I have clicked Ctrl+C. You can find that on your keyboard, and then you could press them one after the other, and then you'll have this type of symbol on your terminal. So this is just exiting this script that has been called with the ping command. Okay, so you just closed it, and then he gives you a summary or statistics right over here. Okay, you could actually save the output of the ping command or the nmap command. We're gonna see that because you'll have to save a file so that you don't run each time the same commands just to get the same information. No, we run them one time and then we save them, and then if we want to get the same information again, we just access the file that has been saved so that we don't waste much of time. We're gonna see all that in the next sections of the guide, I guess. Okay, perfect. So this will return control of the terminal tab to us, from where we can proceed with the next step, scanning all of the target's open ports to determine the services running on it. So yeah, we're gonna use right now nmap to see which services are running on this IP address. In order to start the scanning process, we can use the following command with the nmap script. Nmap stands for network mapper. So this information I know before. It's just called an nmap, and you are happy with that. So we're just gonna make another toggle list here. Hold on a second. We're gonna call this what is nmap, or what nmap stands for. What nmap stands for. Then we're gonna make an exclamation mark. So nmap, nmap. So nmap stands for network mapper, which is pretty neat information. I didn't know that before. I'm just gonna highlight it real quick. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so, and it will send requests to the target's ports in hope of receiving a reply. So this nmap is just a script that has a set of commands. Like let's imagine it as small ping this ports. For example, port number 1, port number 2, port number 3. instead of port number 9999, which is all the ports that that an IP address might possess. Okay, and this nmap is just an automation tool that does the hard work for you rather than typing ping this target IP at this port ID. No, he does that for you, and it is pretty fast sometimes, and it is a pretty good tool, and it is free open source as well, which is beautiful. So, and it will send a request to the target port in hope of receiving a reply, thus determining if the said port is open or not. Some ports are used by default by certain services, others might be not standard, which is why we will be using the service detection flag. So in our networks or in our router settings, like for the average consumer, we have a firewall, and this firewall detects nmap because nmap is just inhuman. Like, I'm not gonna go and open 1000 or 9000 tabs and actually try to penetrate each port. No, that's not human. So that is a script, and a script that just performs such like what you call it, such a action, then it's gonna be detected. And I don't know, actually, I didn't read the source code of this detection flag parameter, but it does something that to actually bypass the security standards of the firewall that is installed on your router. And for that reason, we could actually scan and bypass that. Sometimes these mechanisms for nmap might not work for example, a corporate network, because this tool is open source first of all, and to actually make your own automation tool to actually bypass this exact for example corporation, then you're gonna do your own type of work, and you're gonna go and make your own 0 days, and that's gonna be a lot of work. So yeah, actually a lot of tools that are open source are just patched automatically in the real world, and you have to do your own efforts, and you might need to just think out of the box to just get it working as it's supposed to be. So yeah, so enumeration could be just very, very difficult first step, because if you just made your knowledge about this step about enumeration, and if you had that set of tools, then you're gonna be a very dangerous person. Not dangerous like ethically dangerous, I mean, and they're gonna be way better than the average whatever hacker enthusiast on hackthebox that doesn't touch anything outside of the hackthebox that is ethically done, or ethical in general. So yeah, just an idea. Okay, so which is why we will be using the service detection flag. So we're going to use this flag as of the nmap. So just to show you that real quick, we could so what is it called, man? The manual, yeah. So the manual, so each open source tool, like a lot of them have a manual, and you just could use this binary man to actually access that manual. And then we're gonna go and type nmap, and then we have the manual. You actually could get this manual as well with hold on a second. So yeah, you just type q and then you quit. So you could, for example, type nmap and then dash, and then what do you call this, dash or whatever, then let's call it minus, then minus h, and then you have the manual as well. So what does this man binary does is just doing this, and then actually, you know, this command less, for example, anyway, it's a little bit difficult to explain, but who cares? Just could type nmap man, and then you could access the manual. And then from this manual, we could get an idea of this flag, SV. So we're just gonna go and look for it. So he's okay, SL, SN. So SL is like list scan, simply list targets to scan. So for example, you have a very big network. Let's say your home's network, and you want to access and to you want to enumerate each IP address in that network. And you don't have a specific IP address that might be vulnerable. So you just list the targets with this one, this flag, which you need. And there is a lot of other stuff that you could read if you wish to. Okay. So if you don't want to read this, which is very a lot, like a lot, I don't want to read all of this. You just could ask AI. You go here, and you ask him, what's the flag of that is V stands for on map. And then he's gonna go and make the work for you. Okay, so this stands for service version detection. So the ports that are open, they are on services because that service made that port open, right? And each service has a patch version of it. And the nmap is just trying to do is to extract that information and show it to you on one line and saying, hey, this is, for example, SMB, and it has this type of version. And with that information, you now know the version of that service. And you could actually Google it and look for CVE that are related to that service version. And then you might check on POCs, which are proof of concept scripts, and actually could just actually be script kiddie and copy paste, do a little bit of editing of that script, and then you could actually run that script that was already developed. Then you could actually get, for example, a remote access to that machine through that service. And then you could actually escalate your privilege, etc., etc., etc. That's pretty easy, pretty beautiful to know. Okay, I'm just gonna take a little break. Wow, just so much stuff to talk for too much long. I don't know how the streamers actually talk that long without getting pain in their throats. Actually, magnificent. That's a magnificent skill to actually talk all the time and never have pain in your throat. Man. So yeah, then he explains more of it. So here what it does, purpose, it instructs Nmap to probe the open ports it found during the initial scan to determine the service running that port. For example, yeah, a batch server or HTTP or OpenSSH or MySQL. MySQL is like SQL if you study that language, is about databases and actually querying them. And there is SQL injection. It's pretty famous attack vector. And it is very basic and very mandatory because you're gonna need to use it a lot in the next machines, and you'll have to learn more about it. And there is actually a lot of guides about it, how you could perform SQL injections, etc. It's very fun to play with. OpenSSH, actually, if you didn't have credentials, you could brute force, or you could see if there is an older version of that protocol. Then you might actually exploit it. Apache, you're gonna see Apache a lot of times in hackthebox. And it's most of the time, I guess, I don't really remember. It runs a website, etc. I don't know. I do remember a patient actually exploiting it a lot of times. So more importantly, the version number of that service. So yeah, that's the most important thing is we need to know the number of that protocol version, okay? With that, we could actually perform a lot of attack vectors that come after enumeration. So how it works, Nmap sends specialized probes to the open ports and then analyzes the responses to match them against its internal database or server or service signatures. So in Nmap, there is an open source database that has signatures, and what it does is actually comparing the signatures in Nmap database with the signatures that we found on our Nmap search. And when it compares them, we actually find a version. If it didn't, it's just gonna respond to us or output to us as gibberish kind of letters. And you're gonna see that a lot. If it didn't, those gibberish letters are the signature, which means that Nmap doesn't have that in the database. It's a little bit of a weird signature, but that doesn't mean that this service is not working or etc. It just means that Nmap didn't actually acknowledge that protocol version. So yeah, that's all. So why it is useful, we're going to read what AI says about this. Knowing the version number is crucial for security auditing, as administrators can quickly check if a service is running on outdated version that might have known vulnerabilities. So actually, if you are in the blue team, you're going to need to do this as well. And if you've missed doing one of these configurations and you've not patched one of your services, then you're gonna be a very low hanging fruit for actually script kiddies. You're gonna be vulnerable to script kiddies. Remember that. And that's the worst thing you could do to your company, or like, don't do this. Like, don't run old version of software. Patch your software, because if you didn't, you're gonna be a very easy target. And maybe a kid with a phone that running Kali Linux, it could hack you pretty easily. So don't do that. Okay? Patch your software. Don't use Windows. Most of the time, Windows are just stupid, and even the patches that comes to it are not even perfect. Okay? So get away from Windows, because most of the time, if you don't care about security, your data is being breached all the time. It's being collected, it's being treated like nothing. And you actually don't care about your data. Data is very important. So don't use tools or products that exploit your data. Because if they did exploit your data, they could build a virtual version of you and then actually promote ads that are actually fitting you and fitting your interests. They could actually get a lot of money out of that. And there is tons of examples of how they use your data. For example, train AI models, LLMs, and there's a lot of examples. But just don't use Windows. That's the most important thing. Get out of Windows, use Linux, and use a good distro. You could start with Ubuntu. Like, Ubuntu is like very close and stable OS to Windows. So start with that. Okay, so we will be using the service detection flag, this flag, which compares the signatures between the Nmap database and the search query that we made with Nmap. And then if we had a match, then we know the version of that service, which most of the time on hackthebox for very easy and medium machines, it's gonna work. But after medium machines and insane machines, it's not gonna be that easy. So yeah, medium sometimes it won't work as well. So you could actually skip hack the box and actually build your own machines, your own what you call it, home labs, and then you could actually penetrate, actually practice on the blue team, red team, actually get the full experience. And that is a little bit advanced on me because I'm not actually used to developing products. I'm actually noob in that criteria. I just did a little bit of destruction to them, and it was fun. It's pretty easy to start with, as learning code and actually getting overwhelmed, etc. Just better to start like this, get used to the patterns that you start with on this website, and actually, when you get this challenge done, like a similar challenge like this, then you are having a pretty solid base for bounty hunting, I guess. If that wasn't enough, then maybe we're gonna figure out after we finish this challenge, of course. So, so here, which is we're gonna use this flag to determine the name and description of the identified services. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna identify these services, their version, and then us as script kitties, like I am a script kitty at this moment, and I'm gonna stay like that for a very while, but inshallah, I'm gonna get out of this comfortable zone of script kitty, and we're gonna go and develop our own tools and stuff like that. That's gonna come next, of course. We just need to stay disciplined, that's all. With AI and with this crazy amount of information that we have on the internet, it's never been easier. So let's get started. So the text marked in green and curly brackets, okay, is the replacement of your own version of inputs. So he just says, okay, so at this place of curly brackets, replace the IP address that you got from our website of this virtual machine or for this home lab. Okay, so in this case, we'll need to replace IP targets parts with the IP address of your target. Okay, beautiful. We just did that and we ran this command. So following the completion of the scan, we have identified ports 23 TCP. Okay, so before we're just gonna do this, okay, we're gonna just do it ourselves. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, this happens again. Oh my god, just I just hate this. Like, why do you do this to me? I just don't know this anymore. Like, if you clicked on the bottom of the virtual machine, the cursor just gets bugged. You have to reset the machine. It's alright, we don't have anything else to do. Let's reset the machine. So next stream, I guess I'm just gonna fix this before I start the stream because it's crazy annoying to me. Like, why would I freaking restart the machine for a stupid bug of the mouse cursor not getting red? Like, that's stupid. Let's start it again. Beautiful. It's gonna take 7 seconds. And then we're in of the machine. Okay, we're just gonna need to wait. Beautiful. So there is this auto capture. You have the auto capture keyboard option turned on. This will cause the virtual machine to automatically capture the keyboard every time the VM Windows is activated to make it available to other applications running on your host machine. When the keyboard is captured, okay, system will be detected. You can press the host key combo at any time to uncapture the keyboard and mouse if it is captured and return to them to normal operations. Assigned host key combo is shown at the status bar at the bottom of the window. This icon together with the mouse icon is nearby indicate the current keyboard and mouse capture states. Those combo is right control. So right control does this, right? Okay, thank you for the info. Okay, that was informative actually. Still doesn't work. It still doesn't work. Okay, okay, it works. So, okay. You have clicked the mouse inside the virtual machine display or press the host key combo. This will cause the information to capture the host mouse pointer only if the mouse pointer is not currently supported by the Ghost OS and the keyboard, which will make them unavailable. Okay, so we're gonna click on capture. I guess this will solve our problem. Yes, it does. Oh, it doesn't. Fucking hell, why it doesn't? So capture doesn't work. Nah. I don't know. What's the problem? What's the bug? Okay, so we click on capture. Nothing works. Nothing. Like literally nothing. Weird. Like the mouse is like, I'm not willing to work anymore, kind of thing. This is the bug, a virtual box. It's not perfect. There is other visualization software, but this one is free. So I guess I just need to live with that. It's okay, no problem. No problem. Oh, this is annoying. Okay, just gonna need to wait. Okay, so the machine is loaded. Please don't show me this again. Okay, so I'll need to be careful not to do the same mistake again. Just gonna move this here. Okay, so we're gonna run our nmap script. So nmap, so we're gonna need to do sudo. It's gonna need our root privileges. We're gonna type our flag of service detection, and then we're gonna paste the IP address of the machine. And then we're just gonna paste that. Then we're gonna go and enter. And right now, nmap is doing its scan on the background. It's taking its while. Okay, maybe. Okay. Did the scan, and we have TCP ports. It is open, and the service is telnet, and the version and it doesn't have a version anyways. Telnet, there is a command line that you could actually connect to it. So, for example, if we didn't have this walkthrough, then we could just use AI or use Google to get this search done. So let's type, for example, how to connect to telnet service at port 23 using Linux terminal. So it's just gonna tell you that as innocent as possible. Then it's gonna give you the way. So you're gonna so we have a command line called telnet. I'm gonna type the IP address and the port just afterwards. Okay, after we know that, I'm just gonna go and type telnet, and then I'm gonna paste the IP address. Okay, then copy it again from here. Copy, paste, and then I'm gonna type the port number, and then we're gonna press enter. And we won't have the telnet command. That's weird, so we're gonna just install it real quick. Sudo apt install. So apt is like the the package that is responsible for updates, installing, etc. on Debian. And on Arch Linux, we have Pacman, and we have Yay or Peru or for the our packages. Some neat information, by the way. So let's solve Telnet. Okay, I'm gonna just press enter because yes is the default. Okay, so we're gonna clear the screen. We're gonna get back to this command, and then we're gonna press enter, and then it says trying to connect to this IP address, and then the next line it says connected to that IP address, and then we get the hack the box menu, and then we have to log in. Okay, so I'm gonna just brute force this. I guess you don't need any login credentials for Telnet. That's how it is performed. Just gonna press enter and then again enter. Let's see if we are logged in. No. Okay, so we don't know the credentials for this. So we're gonna go and type telnet default credentials. So this is like the very bare minimum of your enumeration for very easy machines, like very simple. Just one Google search and you are there. Telnet default credentials. I don't know if that's written correctly. Let's check that up. Okay, just type in. It is correct set for me. Okay, so we have a GitHub of list of the defaults. Okay, so we have admin, so we're gonna try this. This one is very basic for everybody. This one you're gonna find is on ethically on your router portal. So most of them are pretty old and use this default password. You know, for modern routers, they use a pretty more sophisticated entry credentials. And then for it is beautiful that they do that. Okay. Oh, I just forgot. Let's just connect again. So we're gonna wait for the hack the box. Um, so yeah, if you didn't do anything, the connection is gonna close after 60 seconds. And yeah, so we're gonna just type admin, and then we're gonna type again admin, type enter. That would work. Okay, it's incorrect. So actually you could build a little tool to actually brute force with this. How much? Okay, it's pretty small. You could do that on your calculator. You could just build a little automation script or use one like Hydra or Hashcat or whatever. But then it would do the work for you, for sure. Okay, beautiful. So let's get down and follow the guide because I don't have time to actually exploit something that is very easy. We have a walkthrough, we just need to go through this. This is just a guide. Like we don't like this is the very introduction of the introductions at all. Like we don't have to do anything just to follow the walkthrough, digest it, make notes of it, etc. So for example, in Recon, we have learned about enumeration, its definition, etc. Then we have learned about telnet service after our nmap scan. So we're just gonna note a little bit about this service. So telnet runs on port 23 for this machine. So for this machine is already here, we just don't need to repeat that. So telnet runs on this port. We could connect to telnet using this commands. Then you press enter, and then you just press here code, then it prompts you this. I don't know if there was here bash. Yeah, there is. Okay, beautiful. Just type telnet, and then you type, for example, this IP address. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, beautiful. And then you type the IP, the port ID, and there we go. Beautiful. So we could connect to this, and then we're just gonna add up over here. Hold on a second. Just scroll this a little bit at the bottom. And you're just gonna type here the default credentials are, and then just read this further, this guide. So you can see this in this case of our target, as we are met with a hack the box banner and a request from the target to authenticate ourselves before being allowed to proceed with the remote management of the target host. So telnet is like SSH without encryption. Exactly. And it is, well, just ask AI. So what is telnet? What is the purpose of it? Just need to actually know what is telnet, why it has been made, for which purpose, is there is something better than it, more secure. So the last time for my research, like since 3 years, I've learned that telnet, don't use it, use SSH. FTP as well, don't use it, etc. Let's just ask AI, let's see if we miss some info. So we're just gonna run it, and it's gonna go and prompt to us a response, and he says telnet is a very old and simple network protocol. So like from this keyword very old, we just know that there is better modern alternatives, and by that we know that telnet, don't use it, or use telnet on 2025. Like it can't be a corporate company or something like that use telnet. If they use telnet by any means, they are dumb, and they could get hacked from this guide, which is very stupid. So nobody uses telnet. It is just to know how this works, how this functions, how we could use nmap, how we could enumerate. So this is just a very stupid, basic example. Okay, so it's used for two primary purposes: remote logging and testing network connectivity and port status. So for our case, we want to log into this machine remotely. This is the target of view of Hack the Box. Our target in the Hack the Box is to log in, is to be inside of that machine, is to actually get the root privileges. So once you get the root privileges, you're gonna get most of the time, if you got the normal user privileges, then you get the user flag. And if you got root privileges, then you get the root flag, which is the last flag we're gonna get on the machine. And the whole purpose of the hack the box, story hack me, etc., is to catch that flag. And people around the globe actually race. It's like a race, like concurrence. It's like more of a marathon than a race. It's like a marathon. When a machine, a new machine comes down, then all of those people that are interested just get this IP address that we just got in this example and try to get these two flags as soon as possible. If they did, they get some rewards, some gamified rewards, etc. And it's pretty neat to actually practice some of what you have learned, for example, in a security or in a networking certificate. For example, you've got that certificate, you know how IP addresses work, how networking work, how basic security work, how protocols work, etc. And just want to test that, then CTF is the best way to do that. So that's beautiful to know. Okay, so and testing network connectivity, etc. So, okay, so what is Telnet? Telnet stands for Telecommunication Network. Okay, it is a client-server application layer protocol that operates over TCP/IP. So TCP/IP, you're gonna hear about this in networking a lot. It is the most basic IP protocol that we use on daily usage, and it is very important. And most of the services that we are going to exploit on Hack the Box uses TCP/IP protocol, and to get used to this protocol is very important. And I really recommend, if you didn't know this, to actually start with a networking course to just grasp the very basic minimum about these protocols, about networking, about IP addresses, about ports. And if you got all that, it's going to be very wonderful. So yeah, so just get this idea. I don't say you have to study a lot or get this certificate and pay this amount of money or this amount of time. No, you just need to get the idea of what an IP address is, of what TCP IP protocol is. Just this idea that would help you, this node that you could get back to if you forgot what is this about, then this would help you a lot in the long run. Like if you actually try to exploit a service that you don't know its origins, what it is used for, its functionality, then you are just wasting your time, because it's like somebody trying to play with a computer, but he doesn't know how to turn on that computer. It's like, for example, a caveman. Let's give this caveman a phone or a computer, and this computer has thousands of movies, games, etc. And when you give this caveman a computer, he's not going to understand how it functions, so he's just going to throw it. It's the same case in here. If you don't understand these terms, these protocols, these networking stuff, then you're gonna be like that caveman. We don't want that. You're gonna get bored. You're not gonna like this. For example, your Googling might not get you to where you want, and you might get in that rabbit hole of not even understanding why you are doing this. And we don't want this. And for this purpose, we are doing this live stream, is to actually learn together how this functions, is to actually bring you a very beginner user or a very beginner student that's trying to learn this industry, is trying to actually grasp the basics. So this is the purpose of these live streams, as well as to complete this challenge, etc., etc. So yeah. So the functionality of Telnet, it allows a user on one computer, the Telnet client, to establish a connection with a remote computer. So for example, I am here on my computer, and this IP address that was provided by hackthebox is a server, or I don't know, or okay, and this server is another computer. It's like, it's the same. Okay, and I am trying to get a connection, or to establish a connection between me, between my computer, and between their computer that's running this service. Okay, that's beautiful. So the telnet server once connected, the client effectively gets a command line interface. So when we get to connect with the server, with the firmware that is not intended to be user friendly, we don't have that GUI, you're gonna get scared. You're gonna get CLI. You're not gonna get GUI. Most of the time, most of this industry, it is like 80% CLI and 5% GUI. Like you're not gonna find GUI a lot. So you need to get used to CLI. You need to get used to their command lines. And then if you did that, then congratulations, you have made your first step into this industry. Get used to this idea of actually trying to understand what is up front of you and trying to learn stuff that is not taught, or it's not taught. For example, you didn't study about computer science, you studied something else. Then you have to learn this by yourself, and it is pretty easy. You don't need a university degree to learn about this. And actually, these small steps, if you actually made these steps and forward on and actually small by small, then you're gonna be big. Okay, you're gonna learn a lot of things, and by documenting yourself, by journaling your actions, then you're gonna have a journal, something to get back to if you, for example, because we are human, we forget. For example, you have forgot something from your foundation. It is pretty normal. Then you get back to your notes, to your live streams, to your forums, to your, okay, that's beautiful. You should do this. Okay, that's why we are going to focus on these like 10 streams, or for example 1 month. We're going to take 1 month only on the academy to actually learn how things work, how services are called, why they are there, why they are used, to learn about very basic attack vectors. Because if we did this and we've built this foundation, then we are not going to get that overwhelmed if we didn't. And that is a beginner mistake, to actually speedrun this stuff. Like, don't speedrun. Get this small bit by small bit. And actually, when you understand this and you know what you are doing, then it is way better than actually getting into a major machine and you don't understand anything, because it is very hard for you and you don't know how to Google, how to find information, because you don't understand the information from the first place. And that's very stupid. You don't want to fall in that rabbit hole. And it is very easy to fall in. Like, don't do that. Okay. So the client effectively gets a command line interface. So if we got the password of this telnet service, then we're gonna get a CLI and a remote connection, okay, to this remote machine. And this will allow us to execute commands as they were sitting right in front of it. So, for example, I have this terminal on my VM. Okay, I'm just gonna open a new tab. So we're gonna have this terminal not on my machine or not on my VM. We're gonna have it on that server. And that's pretty sick. Like, imagine I live in Japan or in Asia or in wherever, and the server is at US or at UK or at DE. Okay, and from your home, from your network, you are executing commands to that server. For example, you want to I don't know, download something from the internet, you could do that for that server, for that SSD that runs on that server, which is pretty sick in my example. So we have lost the connection because we weren't actually interactive, which is pretty good to actually not drain the server capacities. You know, if you wanted to actually execute the commands, do that under 60 seconds. If you didn't, then the connection will automatically close. Pretty neat. for Hack the Box. Okay, so the standard port. Okay, so a lot of ports we're gonna learn about. So a lot of services use standard ports. Like it is rarely to find a service that's using a weird port that is not used to. For example, an admin that installed that service, he could at the config file change the port. For example, it is absolutely his right to do that. Like it's not okay. It is his right to do that. He could configure it. So most of the time, people that are lazy, they are gonna use standard ports, and standard ports are known for their services. So the standard ports, default port for the Telnet protocol is 23. Yeah, thank you for the info. So the primary purpose of Telnet. Historically, Telnet had one main purpose, but today it is mostly used for a secondary testing related function due to major security concerns. So before, Telnet was only made for one thing, but right now, because it is not encrypted, because it is old and nobody uses anymore, people just left this protocol. And okay, that's fine. Like, why would you use a protocol that is not secure? That will be stupid. Okay, beautiful. Okay, B, modern current purpose, port and service testing. This is the most common use today because Telnet simply establish a raw unencrypted TCP connection. So yeah, it doesn't use encryption. In today's standards, encryption is very important. You have to encrypt everything to stay safe, brother. Everything. So system administrators and network testers use it quickly check two things. Is the port open? Is the expected service responding? So it's actually, for example, for testing and for the testing period of time of your product, you might use Telnet to check if that port is open, if your configuration file was correct, etc. But for the production period, not the testing period, then you're not going to use Telnet. You're going to use something that is encrypted, which is makes sense, right? So this is Telnet in a nutshell. Okay, let's complete. So we will need to find some credentials that work to continuously. There are no other ports open on that target we could explore. So we have one target, one port, very simple, and we have an encrypted service, which is Telnet. So right now we just need to look for credentials. Most of the time, such old protocols like Telnet uses what you could call this uses default credentials because it is old. Like most old services use default credentials, and default credentials could be Googled, and with that you could get your foothold. But sometimes, due to configuration mistakes, some important accounts can be left with blank passwords. For the sake of accessibility, this is a significant issue with some network devices or hosts. So, yes, that's correct. In the real world, most of the services you're gonna find in plain text, most databases, plain text. You could enter that without any password. Just need to be smart enough, patient enough to find these services. And they are a lot. And for big companies, I mean big companies use plain passwords. It is the corporate world. Yeah. They don't care about security that much. So you might find, leak, etc. Congratulations if you did ethically. Of course, congratulations ethically. And you could report that as an ethical hacker. You don't use that for your own needs, of course. But the world is vast And a lot of people don't care about security. And a lot of people like social engineering. Why social engineering is one of the easiest fixtures? Because people are the most vulnerable tools to actually get in, of course. And people don't care about that much, but they should. So yeah. Sometimes due to conversion mistakes, the password is blank. This is a significant issue with some network devices or hosts, leaving them open to simple brute forcing attacks, where the attacker can try logging in sequentially using a list of usernames with no password inputs. Beautiful. So, what this says to us that this telnet doesn't have any password. Okay, we just need to input an account username, and then we could just press a blank password, and then we're gonna get logged in. So we're gonna try it now with admin. We're gonna press enter, and then for the password we're gonna leave it blank. Okay, it was incorrect. So we're gonna try this form of admin, which is administrator. And we type that, and then we press enter again, and then we're gonna wait. It's wrong. So we're gonna press right now root, press enter. Okay, root gets you directly. There is no password related. And we are in Ubuntu instance, this version of Ubuntu LTS, and then we have the documentation of Ubuntu OS, and then we have the system information of this day, like Monday, 17 November, etc. So we have system load is at null, and we have usage. We have like 41% usage of 7 gigs of RAM. Yeah, I guess. Or I guess this is the uses of the hard disk. So we have half of the hard disk used. Then we have the memory usage, which is 4%. We have swap usage. We have the processes that are running. We have the users that are logged in other than me, which are no one. Why would anybody log at this? Okay, and we have the version 4 of the IP address. So that's the IP address of the machine. And then we have this message that we have to update and upgrade. Now, very very default message when you log into your Ubuntu account. Beautiful. So right now we are at loot, and in the hack of the box, unlike reality, we're gonna find a CTF, which is a set of gibberish characters that if you copied them and pasted them into their website, hack of the box website, then you're gonna get a point, and you're gonna get, hey, you have made this machine, you have got the root access, now we know how, etc. Okay, so we're just gonna list the directory that we are in, which is the root directory, and we have the flag.txt. So we could cat into it, which is like open that text and output it into the terminal. So with the command line cat, remember that as a very, very basic command line. And then we're gonna just type flag.txt, and then we're gonna press enter. And here's the gibberish code that got outputted. We're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna paste it on the hacker box. Beautiful. And we have pwned the machine. That's the purpose of hacker box. That's everything that this website provides. And the difficulty increases. The expertise should increase as well. So we would need to get a very established foundation so we could tackle those harder challenges. We have time, we have resources, we have the right motivation and the right discipline to do this. So let's tackle this. Let's tackle this work through so we could move on. So let's get into it. So yeah, we have tried admin, administrator, both of them has been set with a password. And for our luck, root had no password, which is what? A misconfiguration. Okay, so yeah, it's a configuration mistake, which is misconfiguration. Beautiful. So we now have our foothold into this system. Remember, foothold. What is a foothold? Foothold is like, okay, let's just type it over here. Okay, so footholds, it is another thing that comes after recon and enumeration. So we're just gonna go and delete these spaces or these empty lines. So we're gonna make a heading, a very big heading. We're gonna call it foothold. Okay, so what is a foothold? We go here, definition. I'm gonna just type it as it's supposed to be. Beautiful. And then we make a ball list, type enter, and then foothold is when your attack vector is successful or has success. Correct me, my grammar, help. Okay, beautiful. My grammar or my, what you call that? My spelling, yeah, my spelling is shitty. Whatever. Is when your attack vector has success and you have the user privilege. Foothold sometimes could mean as well that you have discovered a vulnerability that might hold you, that might be interesting enough to hold your attention span so you could actually make your attack of chain of attacks and get that privilege. So we could write that as well. So when you have found a vulnerability that catches your interest, that could mean as well foothold. Just gonna add that to the directory or the grammar or whatever we call that directory. I don't care. Dictionary, yeah. We should add that to the dictionary so that we don't get this type of enumeration. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna add this to, oh, that's beautiful. Okay, so let's complete the reading. A direct way to attempt login and with these credentials in hope that one of them exists and has a blank password is to input them manually in the terminal. We could as well use a script that brute forces this what you call it, so this is still an enumeration if you call this, but after we have found a vulnerability, which is the root and the blank password, this will be a foothold, and this is not anymore enumeration, because enumeration ends when you find a vulnerability. So just gonna add here, when does the enumeration or recon enumeration ends? So this is actually very obvious. It ends when you find a vulnerability. Beautiful. And we're gonna close this toggle list. Beautiful. So a direct way to attempt login. If the list were no longer, we could use a script to automate this process. As I said, like we could automate this process if we actually couldn't get the very basic default credentials. Then we could use Ghidra, and then we could actually brute force our way in. And brute forcing is like the worst way to find a foothold. It is a way that is not recommended to use because it consumes time, and most of the time it's not the best or the ideal solution, but it's worth trying. Okay, with a small dictionary, it is not a big problem. Worth the try, but it's not the best solution. And most of the reality targets that you might ethically have in sight are not going to be easily brute forced, so forget about it. So if the list were no longer, we could use a script to automate this process, feeding it a word list for usernames and one for passwords. Typically, the word lists used, so yeah, the word lists. Dictionary of word lists, yeah. Used for this task consists of typical people names, abbreviations, or data from previous database leaks. So database leaks, we do have one that is very, very famous and used a lot, which is RockQ. And it was a company that has been leaked, got their database, got those passwords, like 15 million passwords, and we have RockQ. And we have RockQ, like 15 million, we have 1 billion, 4 billion, which is a lot of passwords. And with the time, like 2025, we might have better word lists like 15 billion or a lot, 50 billion, 60 billion. Those exist and they are not cheap. Okay, you're gonna need a data center to run those. Maybe China, I don't know, just theoretically, maybe China could, have those resources to run such word lists. But who cares? Okay, so for now, we can restore to manually trying these three main usernames above. So yeah, we're gonna try admin, we're gonna have a password that we don't know, and then we're gonna try root. So the first two were not lucky for us. When things look down, it is essential to keep going, be persistent. We can't succeed unless we attempt all possibilities. Let's try the last one. So it's just like here showing us that you shouldn't actually give up when everything seems to not function. You just, keep actually pushing that wall, pushing that action that might be beneficial. So this is the industry. Like most of the time, what you do doesn't make any sense, and your sites may be limited, but actually if you continued, if you actually put the hard work, put the time, you might actually get an outcome, and it might be so much good or successful. If it was successful, then it was worth it, isn't it? So yeah, so he got the same outputs, Ubuntu, etc. Has the same usage of RAM. How much users logged in? 0. Okay, so success. We have logged into the target system. We can now go ahead and take a look around the directory we landed in using the els command, which is listing the directory that we are indeed at. There is a possibility we might find what we are looking for. Okay, so we do lists the directory, find the flag, and we get into it. Beautiful. So the flag.txt file, so .txt is like an extension of text and Linux. So most of the systems, like it is an extension like we're gonna see a lot of extensions And using these extensions, we could actually obfuscate malware so that it couldn't be read by antivirus, etc. It just reminds me of some attack vectors. Very beautiful. So the flag.txt file is our target in this case. Most of the hackthebox targets will have one of these files, which will contain a hash value called a flag. Yeah, so this is the hash value or gibberish text. I just like to call it like that. Gibberish. Like this is nothing, just gibberish or binary, or it's not binary, sorry, binary, so one is zeros, but it's gibberish, or obfuscated or encrypted or hashed, or you may call it what you want. Okay, beautiful. So the naming conventions for these targeted files varies from lab to lab. For example, weakly retired machines will have two flags, namely user.txt and root.txt. Okay, so what he says that we have two footholds, the user foothold and the root foothold. And to actually complete a machine, you'll need both of these flags. And those are your CTF targets. And other labs will have flag.txt. Okay, beautiful. So challenges, well, most of the time not contain an actual file, but rather offer you snippets of the flag as you solve it. The respective parts being embedded into the challenge more harmoniously, text hidden in an image on other examples. For example, he may just, rather than a text, he might just give you an image. And inside of that image, like a mountain image or something like that, you could actually reverse engineer it and actually find this gibberish text that says start of txt equals this gibberish things, which is very beautiful. You could use that. So reverse engineering is very important in CTF. Like CTF, when it gets hard, it just, you know, just being lucky and being actually consistent. It's most about consistency. Actually looking here, looking there, looking in forums, asking people, Googling, learning more, learning about this, building your tools, automating the most basic tasks, and actually making a good recon, and etc. etc. So all of that builds together into getting the flag or the CTF. Beautiful. And other labs will have flag.txt. Challenges will most of the time not contain an actual file, but rather overview snippets of the flag as you solve it. The respective parts being embedded into the challenge more harmoniously, etc. etc. So we have read that before. Okay. Okay, so you can read the file to have the hash value displayed in the terminal using the cat command. Copying the flag and pasting it into the starting point slab page will grant you ownership of this machine. So completing your very first task. Congratulations. Yay. Upload. So we have made our very first task. Which is very beautiful, I guess. So yeah, this is the first guide. I'm just gonna go and actually, could you upload this? Could you upload this into Notion? See, file, yes, yes, you could. Okay, so we're gonna download this real quick. Okay, I just need to know how. Yeah, it's this icon, I guess. Yep. It's gonna go to download. We're gonna go and choose file, and we're gonna go to download, and we have the document. We're gonna open that. And just like that, we're gonna have the guide in Notion. Which is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so the first machine that every noob, that every beginner should encounter in the Hack of the Box website is the Mail machine. And we have done it and completed successfully. So we have learned how we could do the recon. And the first step of recon is actually enumeration. We have learned the definition of enumeration, These steps consist of documenting the current state of the target to learn as much as possible about it. Okay, that's enumeration. How could I find the services of this machine? We use nmap. What is nmap? Actually, nmap is network mapper. That's very neat information. So we have found telnet service that runs on port 23. We could connect to telnet using this command. That's beautiful. And the default credentials are root and blank passwords. And we're just gonna make this noting. Hold on a second. Okay, yes, perfect. Oh no, no. Okay, hold on. What is this function actually? Yeah, perfect, perfect. Okay, so root and blank password. So it was a misconfiguration. Okay, beautiful. So we have that noted. So when does the enumeration ends? It ends when you find a vulnerability. So actually, crazy good. Okay. So we do have a tip. Don't speedrun or skip enumeration because you could miss a vital attack vector and you will end up wasting time. Very important device that we should consider. And we have learned about footholds and we have known some definitions about it. When you have found a vulnerability that catches your interest, that might be just a foothold. And it's when your attack vector has success and you have the user privilege. That might be called as well a foothold, in my opinion. Perfect. So this has been ended. So we're gonna go get back, and then we're gonna make a new page, and we're gonna go to the next machine, to the next walkthrough, and then we're gonna learn new stuff that are gonna be very useful. So I'm just gonna take a little break, but before that, I'm just gonna show myself. I'm just gonna cut this, okay, because I don't need it anymore. Why is this closed? Okay. Okay, beautiful. So we spawn the machine. Okay, it should open this lock. Like it should be like that. I'm just gonna take a break. I'm just gonna go and troubleshoot this. Okay, and then we're gonna go for found. Then we're gonna learn about it. If it didn't open this, I just don't care anymore. Okay, I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes, 10 minutes max. Okay, we're back. We're back. So it's complete. Okay. So this has been debugged by itself. Beautiful. What does acronym VM stand for? Okay. Virtual machine. Hold on a second. Virtual machine. Submit. Success. Yay. So what tool do we use to interact with the operating system in order to issue commands via the command lines as the one to start our VPN connection? It's also known as console or shell. I guess it's gonna be command line, right? No. Oh, it'll be something else. Something that finishes with L. This is telnet. Al. Something that makes us interact. Console. Okay. That's just a synonym. Console. Okay. I don't know. Let's just say a hint. One was also the name of the location in any airport where passengers transfer between ground transportation and the facilities that allow them to board their flights. Terminal. Ah, just a synonym. That's kind of stupid term. Okay, terminal. Submit. Correct. Yay. Okay. What service do we use to form our VPN connection into HTTP labs? Okay, what service do we use to form our VPN connection? Okay, open SSH. Beautiful. What? Maybe we just need an upper level. See that? To use to form our VPN in HTTP labs. That wasn't correct. Then what? N. Okay. That's weird. Finishes with N. I don't know. It's an open source VPN service which OpenSSH. What the fuck? We're installing on all the PCs. Like it's literally open SSH. Ah, open VPN. My god. Stupid. That's stupid. Okay, what tool do we use to test our connection to the target with ACMP echo request? That's pretty easy. Ping. Yeah. ACMP. Okay, beautiful. What is the name of the most common tool for finding open ports on a target? Okay, it's gonna be in map. Okay, input. Beautiful. What service do we identify on ports 23 TCP during our scans? It's gonna be telnet. Beautiful. That's correct as well. What username is able to log into the targets over telnet with a blank password? It's actually root. It's the root of all problems. Submit root flag. Just have to submit this little flag over here. And paste it. And submit. And it's success. Then he gives us this congratulations kind of thing. Meow has been pounds. Congratulations. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the next machine. And this machine is here above. Okay. Are we in the same network? Correct. So we're just gonna spawn the machine. It's gonna take a while to create the instance. making those configs, and we're gonna go and access the write up, and then we're gonna put it here. We're gonna delete the old one. We're gonna go to our Notion, and then we're gonna go and create this machine. We're gonna type second machine column, and then paste the name, which is called found, prepared by the same author 19. Then we could start into it. So here under quotes, we're just gonna go and paste the IP address, then paste it. Beautiful. And there we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and read bit by bit. So before we're gonna go and read into this, I'm just gonna go and run my first scan into this. We're gonna go and exit from this machine. We could, okay, we can't. We're just gonna go and create new tab, close this one, this terminal. Okay, so we're gonna go and ping this IP address. It works just fine. I'm gonna go and scan that nmap with the same parameter. And then I'm gonna paste. And it's gonna take a little while, and we're gonna go and have an output. It's gonna take a little while. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so all other ports are closed, and we have only FTP, and it runs under Unix. So it's a Linux system. It has this version, and we know that FTP is not encrypted. And we know that this version is very old and nobody uses it. So beautiful. This is very vulnerable. So let's read into the introduction. So sometimes when we are asked to enumerate the services of specific hosts on the client network, we will be met with file transfer services that might have high chances to be poorly configured. So what he says in here, that while we are enumerating our targets, we might get with a protocol of file transferring that has not been configured or hasn't password or etc. poorly configured. So the purpose of this exercise is to familiarize yourself with the file transfer protocol, FTP. So FTP, okay, so FTP is a protocol in order to transfer files from workstation to another. So we're just gonna go and make a headline. What we have learned in here. So this goes under recon. So we're gonna go and check on for heading 3. 1 second. And then we're gonna write on here our it's gonna be FTP, yeah. So under enumerations, okay, enumeration. Then we're gonna go and make a top list. I'm gonna call that FTP, and under quotes, it's gonna be file transfer protocol. Beautiful. I'm gonna make bold list. Okay, just gonna correct this. It was false written. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So FTP is responsible for transferring. Okay, maybe I got that wrong. Transferring, double R, files from workstation, example, workstation A to Just make space over there to workstation B without encryption. Beautiful. That's done. Sometimes I do use file transfer protocol without encryption because I'm just lazy to encrypt it. Sometimes it happens. Absolutely true. But if it stays like that for a long while, then it is a big problem. So a native protocols all host operating systems in use for a long time for simple file transfer tasks. Be they automated or manual, FTP can be easily misconfigured if not correctly understood. There are cases where an employee of the client company or assistant might want to bypass file checks or firewall rules for transfer a file for themselves to their peers. Considering the many different mechanisms for controlling and monitoring data flow within enterprise network today, this scenario becomes a substantial and viable case we might meet in the wild. So he just says that due to the complications that might be found in a enterprise network, some lazy employees might just be in a rush and try to configure protocol and misconfigure it just to transfer files as soon as possible, like ASAP. For that, it is a golden gem for us. So at the same time, FTP can be used to transfer logs files from one network device to another, or a log collection server. Suppose the network engineer in charge of handling the configuration forgets to secure the receiving FTP server properly, or does not put enough importance on the information contained within the logs and decides to leave the FTP server or service unsecured intentionally. In this case, an attacker could gain leverage all the logs and extract all kind of information from them, which can later be used to map out the network, enumerate usernames, detect active services, and more. So here we're gonna take a look at the wiki about FTP. So FTP, File Transfer Protocol, directs here for other uses, etc. The File Transfer Protocol is a standard communication protocol used for the transfer of computer files from server to a client on the computer network. FTP is built on the client-server model architecture, using separate control and data connections between the clients and the server. Okay, beautiful. FTP uses many authenticates, may authenticate themselves with a plain text sign-in protocol. So plain text sign-in protocol that we could see the credentials on plain text username password. Remember that. So I'm just gonna go and take this FTP. This is a very important phrase. Like the wiki might just be as important as a proof of concept script that you might find on GitHub, because this actually explains very well what a service or a protocol does, and it might just gives you, hey, a sign, a hint, this might be a vulnerable protocol. Very neat information that you could find on Wikipedia just from like passive reading. Normally in the form of a username and password, but can connect anonymously if the server is configured to allow it. A secure transmission that protects the username and password, encrypts the content. FTP is often secured with SSL TLS FTPS, which is, the securitization, which is, we just encrypt it with that, or replaced with SSH file transfer protocol. So rather than using FTP as a whole, we just replace it with SSH, which is built in with encryption. So you don't have to worry about encrypting FTP. Beautiful. So the first FTP client applications were command line programs developed before operation systems had a graphical user interface and are still not shipped with most Windows, Unix, and Linux operating systems. So this is very old protocol that we are talking about, like it came before the operating systems that had GUI. Okay, so many dedicated FTP clients and automation utilities have since been developed for desktops, servers, mobile devices, and hardware. And FTP has been incorporated into productivity applications such as HTML editors and file managers. So what he says here that many dedicated FTP clients and automation utilities have since been developed for desktops, servers, mobile and hardware. And FTP has evolved or incorporated into productivity applications. It has been transferred from, you know, a basic file transfer protocol to a protocol that is used for applications that use HTML editors or file managers. So, an FTP clients used to be commonly integrated in web browsers. So, if you had an old browser, for example, an old browser from Windows XP or older than that, it was commonly integrated into the browsers that were at those times, where file servers are browsed with the URL prefix. So rather than using HTTPS, you will just use FTP rather than HTTPS. So in 2021, FTP support was dropped by Google Chrome and Firefox. So after Corona times, nobody cared about this anymore, and they dropped their support about it. So with the two major web browsers vendors due to it being suspended by the more secure SFTP. So yeah, the world is just moving to be more secure. So although neither of them have implemented the new protocols, that's why use new browsers, use Brave, use something that is security based, that has community that is active on shots on this. Okay, beautiful. So history FTP servers. Okay, so that's the history that we're gonna go in. The original specification for the file transfer protocol was written by this guy, of Abhay Bhushan, maybe an Indian guy or Pakistani, who knows, and published as Iraq. Okay. So I don't care about this info. Protocol overview. Here you could see the protocol, how it was working. Communication data transfer. FTP may run in active or passive mode, which determines how the data connection is established. The scene of mode is different from that of the modes commands in the FTP protocol. So we do have two modes, active and passive. So in active mode, the client starts listening for incoming data connections from the server on port M. It sends the FTP command port M to inform the server on which port it is listening. The server then initiates a data channel to the client from its port 20, the FTP server data port. So what we do with Nmap, we just tell the server that are you listening in this port, and server responses on this port, which is the standard port for FTP, which is the active mode, I guess. So in situations where the client is behind a firewall and unable to accept. So here we get back to here, to the guide. And we see that because of firewall rules and file checks rules in here as well, the situation is behind. So if we were behind firewall and file check rules and unable to accept incoming TCP connections, passive mode may be used. So if we had a firewall, file checks, and a lot of security measures, then we could use the passive modes of that FTP. So the passive mode may be used in this mode. The client uses to control connection to send a passive command to the server and then receives a server IP address and server port number from this server. So you could send this packet that's called passive to the server, and the server gives you the IP and the port number from the server, which the client then uses to open a data connection from an arbitrary client port to the server IP. So which means that me or the client or anyone that at the user end would use this information to establish a data connection from an arbitrary client port to the server IP address and server port number received. So you could actually initiate a connection in the passive mode as well, which is beautiful. So here it tells us that both modes were updated in September 1980 to support IP version 6, and further changes were introduced to the passive mode at that time, updating it to extend passive mode. So, okay, so it had some changes for the passive mode, and it was updated. So the server responds over the control connection with 3-digit status codes in ASCII. Okay, so the server is responding ASCII, which is an optional text message. For example, 200, this means okay. Means that the last command was successful. The numbers represent the code of the response, and the optional text represents a human readable explanation or request. For example, need account for storing files. An outgoing transfer of file data or the data connection can be aborted using interrupt messages sent over the control connection. Okay, that seems to be cool. I'm going to transfer to the okay. Interesting. That gets a little bit complicated, but it could be actually furthermore digested by the AI, and AI could give you even a better explanation with schemes, and that's why AI is just revolutionary for learning. Just helps a lot. So FTP needs two ports, one for sending and one for receiving, because it was originally designed to operate on top of network control protocol (NCP), which was a simplex protocol that utilized two port addresses, establishing two connections for two-way communication. So FTP was running on two ports back then, okay, because it was built on top of NCP that had the same feature. Okay, beautiful. And add-on and even ports were reserved for each application layer, application or protocol. The centralization of TCP and UDP reduced the need for the use of two simplex ports for each application. So because TCP had become the standard, we don't have the need to use two ports for this application. Okay, it was downgraded to one duplex port, but the FTP protocol was never altered to only use one port and continued using two for backwards compatibility. So FTP has not been updated as the NCP protocol, which has evolved to TCP and UDP, but it had this feature of using two ports. It had kept it for maybe somebody's using NCP, then he could actually benefit from the backwards compatibility, which we might see as well in console games. For example, a game on PlayStation 1, you could play it on PlayStation 2, or a game in PlayStation 2, you could play it on PlayStation 3. That is actually backwards compatibility. Congratulations, that's the term that it does mean, that you could actually run all software on newer hardware or older software on newer software. So yeah, beautiful. And NAT and firewall transversal. Okay, let's get a little bit too deep. So here, that's enough. We have learned a little bit about FTP. So if you want to read all of this, you could. Okay, here's this something important. Okay, login. FTP login uses normal username and password scheme for granting access. The username is sent to the server using the user command, and the password is sent using the pass command. The sequence is unencrypted on the wire, so may be vulnerable to a network sniffing attack. As I said, for example, I am a client, I have my server, I'm the owner of the server, and there is a middleman that has his burp suite or whatever, and he's sniffing my network. And by chance, he had the luck and the right timing, and I just entered my credentials using the FTP. Now he has the plain text of my password, which is a vulnerability. So if the information provided by the client is accepted by the server will send a greeting to the client and the session will commence. So the server is gonna check his database, see if that matches. If it does, then he's gonna send a greeting to the client, and the session will start. So if the server supports it, user may log in without providing login credentials, but the same server may authorize only limited access for such sessions. For example, I might be only the first client and the last client. That's the limit. Only one client for this FTP server. And I log in without any credentials, but it's only me. Like I'm the only client that's gonna be logged in. Okay, which is perfect. So we have another feature, which is anonymous FTP. Some FTP servers actually give you anonymous access, which is pretty neat. A host that provides an FTP service may provide anonymous FTP access. So this is a feature on FTP services. So users typically log into the service with an anonymous lowercase and case sensitive in some FTP servers. Accounts when prompted the username, although users are commonly asked to send their email addresses instead of a password. No verification is actually performed on the supplied data. Okay, so you just need a little bit of farming. If you had the email address of that client, then you just input it and that's all. So many FTP hosts whose purpose is to provide software updates will allow anonymous logins. Okay, perfect. So many FTP hosts whose purpose is... So yeah. Okay, so he's gonna say that FTP was implemented in the file manager, which is pretty dangerous. Like, there is an application on Android that implements FTP as well, and implements as well the secure FTP. And here there is some syntax. Here's the syntax. You use FTP protocol column // then user column password at hosts column ports and the path. Okay, only the host is required. Okay, beautiful. This is a little command line that you could use to connect. Here he says the secure, why this one is better than the other one because of encryption, and because of encryption, sniffing is not gonna function as it's supposed to be. And that's all. That's like reading the wiki is very important. Like it's a part of the recon. We shouldn't skip this as well. Okay, beautiful. This is gonna be my last machine for the day, and tomorrow we're gonna do another 2 machines or 3, and so on till we get to proficiency. Beautiful. Okay, so there are cases where an employee, at the same time, FTP can be used to transfer log files from one network device to another or log collection server. Suppose the network engineer in charge of handling the configuration focus to secure the receiving FTP server properly does not put enough importance on the information contained within the logs and decides to leave the FTP server unsecured intentionally. So the logs may have credentials, which is in plain text as we saw. So normally a lot of servers, if you log in as a user, they store a log that, hey, this user has logged in. Sometimes they store as well the credentials as logs. And that's pretty dangerous because FTP is not encrypted. It could be sniffed, it could be accessed, it could be a lot, okay? So in that case, an attacker could gain leverage over the logs. As I said, you could get average of the logs and extract all kind of information from them. So it's all plain text, everything. The logs might have other information like you have transferred this file, that this file might be a very sensitive file that is very important to you, and this middleman has got his hand under this file, and you're doomed actually. So be careful. Which can later be used to map out the network enumerate usernames. So yeah, sometimes these sensitive information could be a very important factor to craft a dedicated word list. So it could be way more effective to brute force with rather than a typical online word list like OQ. So each information that you could get from the reconnaissance, like for example, let's give an example from Mr. Robot series. Once the Mr. Robot guy had tried to hack into a man that had dog, and he had made an automated tool to actually input, for example, this guy's name, last name, birthday, his dog's name or pet name, the age of that dog, his wife's name, children's name, his neighborhood name, etc., etc., engaging all of that information to actually craft a dedicated word list that would be very effective against his social media credentials. So this is just a theory in a TV show, which is out of the reality. And of course, don't do this in the reality. This is only for educational purposes, and it should be all ethical. Okay, let's complete. Okay, so we have here. Okay, and more. Okay, let's take a look at what FTP is according to definition on Wikipedia. We just did that. So we're gonna here get the snippet and read it again. So we have read that. Yeah, that's the very basic thing. So he says from the first lines of the excerpt above, you can see mention of the client-server model architecture. This refers to the roles hosts in the network have during the act of transferring data between them. Users can download and upload files from the client, their own host, to the server, a centralized data storage device, or vice versa. Conceptually speaking, the client is always the host that downloads and uploads files to the server, and the server always is the host that safely stores the data being transferred. So yeah, so FTP is responsible for all of these exchanges between the client and the server. So yeah, the thing that connects me as clients or my server is FTP, which takes this data from this endpoint to this point, okay? And vice versa. Beautiful. Let's just take this snippet and screenshot it and put it in our Notion. Just gonna go and scoop it, click on copy, exit. Then under FTP, we're gonna go here and add the snippet. I just forgot. It saves to my host OS, not my guest OS. So it's not in my VM actually. That's alright, who cares? So clients can also browse available files on the server when using the FTP protocol from user terminal perspective. So this action will seem like browsing their own operating system directories for files that they need. FTP services also come with a GUI akin to Windows OS programs, enable easy navigation for beginners. An example from no GUI-oriented FTP is FileZilla. This is a file manager that implemented FTP. However, let's first understand what it means for a port to be running on a server openly. Okay, a port running on active service is a reversed space for the IP address. Okay, that's very interesting. So it means that a port, if it was running and active, it is reserved in the IP address. So IP address has tons of ports, and each service could actually ask for a port to be opened for her in order to perform. And when it's active, then it's open and preserved in the IP address. Beautiful. Of the target to receive requests and send results from. If you only had IP addresses or host names, then the host could only do one task at a time. Okay. This means that if you wanted to browse the web and play music from an application on your computer simultaneously, you could not because the IP address would be used for handling either the first or the last, not the latter. Okay. Now this is neat. This is really neat. Okay, but not both at the same time. By having ports, you can have one IP address handling multiple services as it adds another layer of distinction. Okay, that's interesting. In the case shown below, we can see FTP being active on port 21. Let's make sure. Yes, it is running on port 21 with this version. Beautiful. However, let's add some extra services like SSH and HTTPD. So HTTPD is like web server. In order to explore a more typical example with this type of configuration, network administrator has set up rudimentary core web server configuration, allowing them to achieve the following all at the same time if need be. Okay. Receive and send files that can be used to configure the web server or serve logs to an external source. Be able to be logged into for remote management from distant host in case of any configuration changes are needed. Okay, interesting. So here we just have this first configuration, send and receive. Here remote logging and management. And here we have serve web content that can be accessed remotely through another host web browser. That's what exactly we do at the hackthebox. Actually serves as a web content, and we access it remotely through our workstation. Okay. So from the graph below, we can see where FTP sits in the logical structure of the host together with the other services that could potentially be running on at the same time. Okay, so here's the structure. So here we have FTP on this port and it's being active with the server and being, transmitting data. SSH, it is open, but it is not actively used by any server. And port 80, which is the web server, is not as well used. Beautiful. So the wiki article shows that it is considered non-standard for FTP to be used without the encryption layer provided by protocols such as SSL, TLS, FTPS, or SSH tunneling. Okay, that's very interesting. SFTP. FTP by itself does have the ability to require credentials before allowing access to the stored files. However, the difference here is that the traffic containing said files can be intercepted with what is known as a man-in-the-middle attack, METM. The contents of the file can be read in plain text, meaning unencrypted human-readable form. Okay, so don't use FTP because somebody on the local network or whatever network could be running perp suite, or you could actually just middle in the man that shit, you know what I mean? Beautiful. Here's the file transferring. Here's the attacker actually being in the middle and actually making a bridge, so the data doesn't go directly to the server. It goes like this, and it gets like that, and then like that. And then he gets remote management because of the credentials. So like this. So the data goes like this. Then it gets read by me using a tool, ethically of course, and then it goes to the server. And then he gets logged in. The server gives a response that's increase his session. I get to know that, and then the client gets to know that. Right now I have the credentials as well of the so the credentials, most of the time most of the people use the same password, same username, so I just could implement it into the SSH and I could get remote management. That easy. That's the middle and the man attack looks like. Pretty simple. So, however, if the network administrators choose to wire up the connection with the SSL to S protocol or tunnel, the FTP connection through SSH as shown below to add a layer of encryption that only the source and destination host can decrypt. So in SSH, I just can't know what happens between these two guys because the data that I'm gonna get in the middle is gonna be encrypted, and I have to decrypt it, and I need a key or I need a way to decrypt it. Maybe I need to brute force it, and that would take a lot of time. It's not that motivating, not as FTP. And imagine that the network, that the internet, um, the internet that we use in the last 20 years, 30 years, had FTP, and corporate worlds in that time had used FTP, which is just crazy, crazy, crazy. So I guess that in networking, it should be something vulnerable, you know, at that time. Like in our time, there might be a service that we use, like HTTPS. It might be very vulnerable. In the next 30 years, we're gonna know this vulnerability, and then we're gonna say, oh my god, that's very stupid why people use this, right? So that's how it is, I think. So however, if the network organizers choose to wrap up the connection, okay. Notice how has disappeared as the FTP protocol gets moved on the TCP protocol and port control, thus being tunneled through it and secured against any interception. Okay, beautiful. So however, the situation we are dealing with in this case is much simpler. We're only going to interact with the target running a simple misconfigured FTP service. So for this case, we are not going to sniff, rather than we are just going to use these misconfigurations of the FTP service, and we might get our foothold. So let's read more. Let's proceed and analyze how such a service running on an internal host would look like. So enumeration. Firstly, let us check if our VPN connection is established. Using the ping protocol can help us with this. since it is a low overhead method of reaching the target to get a response, thus confirming our connection is established that we have done this in the terminal beforehand, and the target is reachable. Low overhead means that very little data is sent to the target by default, allowing us to quickly check the status of the connection without having to wait for a whole scan to complete beforehand. The big protocol can be invoked from the terminal command where blah 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 is displayed. Blah blah blah. Note that this might not always work in a large-scale corporate environment, as firewalls usually have rules to prevent pinging between hosts, even in the same subnet local area network, to avoid insiders' threats and discover other hosts and services. This is true. In the real world, we have firewall, and it is very useful for your product and very annoying for ethical hackers. So it is a very interesting thing to just learn about firewall bypassing. It's gonna be very fun to learn that along the way. So he just pins, then Control C to cancel it, and he discovers FTP. So he scans, and then you can see FTP service open and running on port 21. However, what if we would like to know the actual version of the service running at this port? So he's gonna just add the SV flag to just get the version of that FTP server. Okay, beautiful. So if we didn't have this, we're just gonna go open a new tab, Google. Just prefer Google because just a little better than talk when it comes to this. Then we're gonna just use FTP, and then the version FTP. Then you type the version, and then you click on the GitHub, and then it allows denial of, I don't know, it is high severely. Okay, allows attackers to cause a denial of service due to limited number of connections allowed. So that's you could okay, I understand. That's not what we want actually. Okay. There is no remote. Okay, good to know. So you could just browse into these stuff and try to find remote access vulnerability rather than a denial of service. Okay, a DOS vulnerability. Okay, so let's just complete. Okay, just says what we know. We would be able to tell if the attack is vulnerable to the run outdated software. If we need to dig deeper to find our attack vector, we will not be looking at exploring the service per se. We will take small steps towards our goals. The next one will involve simply interacting with the service as is to learn more about how we should approach targets. However, having the service version always help us gain more insights into what is running on the scanned port. Beautiful. So foothold. It is time to interact with the target. In order to access the FTP servers, we will use FTP command on our own host. It's good practice to have a quick check that your FTP is up to date, installed properly. Okay, because we have a dedicated security OS, part OS, then it's gonna be over there normally. Okay, maybe we should install it. Let's try to install it. FTP. Okay. Very fast, very light. FTP. It's running like butter. Okay, we could exit like this. Beautiful. The FTP, we could input the IP address. Just select it real quick. Okay, beautiful. Then we could just input that, and the ports, it was at 21. I guess like this, maybe. Name, password, just gonna leave that blank. It was incorrect. Okay, let's exit again. Okay, maybe if we use the column in here, just make sure that we are using this word. Okay, easy, easy. So this FTP is using the anonymous feature that doesn't require, hold on a second, login successful. Okay, so it's using the anonymous feature, I guess. User manual transfer files, switch into welcome. Fits the open file. Goodbye. So good to know. So I'm gonna go here, type Google as well. I'm gonna go to Google. I'm gonna type here FTP, and then we're gonna go and access remote access. And then go and type code. And then we're gonna go a little bit down, a little bit down. Okay. FTP openstack.com is the name. Okay. I'm just gonna read these websites real quick. Okay, remote system, FTP, and then remote system, dark username. Guess we're just gonna input this code. Maybe it would work very easily. Okay, maybe here like this. No. Okay, that doesn't work. Good to know, good to know. We're gonna use AI because we're lazy and we don't want to actually read the guide. We want to do some effort. Let it be a little bit fun. Take it, remote access. I'm just gonna paste this. Okay, FTP, connected as password prompts. Okay, interesting. Okay, and then just type this, and then let's say, okay, just gonna go so paste that. Before that, we're just gonna say how to make the connection stable. Then paste. Let me see how this is gonna go out. Okay, so I'm gonna just FTP into this as first. Okay. And then we're gonna go and see log in with your credentials. Okay, that doesn't work actually. Great user. We got that connection, that's weird. Maybe anonymous. Then blank passwords. Yes, correct. Remote system type is Unix using okay. So that's the anonymous feature that's been, enabled. We could ls dir directory. Okay, so that's our directory. Okay, we could go to the could change our directory to the roots directory and dir into it. Okay, there's nothing here. Does it mean directory, for example? Directory, nothing. Oh, there is flag.txt. I didn't see it. That's weird. Okay, that's beautiful. So we're gonna go and make this command flag open flag.txt. Okay, already connected. Cat, maybe? Like, I don't know the syntax of this. Okay, so let's just ask AI how to open file and FTP like cat. Okay, we're gonna go here, FTP. Okay, get. Okay, we have this command line called get. So get flag.txt. And there we go. Open binary mode data connection. Then he gives us this. Okay. So I'm gonna go and open a new terminal. I'm gonna ls. I'm gonna see the flag. I'm just gonna cut into it. Okay, we just made because FTP is file transfer, so we just ask for the server to give us this file and input it into our workstation, and it got transferred. And now we could get into the flag. Beautiful. And that's the flag. Okay, so let's complete this guide real quick. So, okay. Oh my god. So foretold. This time we'll interact with the targets in order to access the FTP service. We'll use the FTP command on our own host. It's good practice to have a quick check that your FTP is up to date and installed properly. Running the command below will display the same output as pictured. Okay, that we have done this. Okay, so he goes to the manual of the binary of FTP command line, and we have this. We could specify the port in here, and we could specify the file path. We could use this command line as we found in the wiki. We could just use here the username and the password. Use here anonymous. The password is going to be blank at host. The host is going to be the IP address that's of the machine, or the phone machine, I guess. And then we're going to here specify the path, etc. So here he just made FTP, he inputted the IP address, he inputted anonymous, and he inputted the password. The login was successful, as we did. Okay, he typed help for the command line, and he got dar, etc. All of this. Change directory, close, delete, debug, list directory, exit. I could do a lot. He could see which directory he's at, build. He could use system command, yes. There's a lot of stuff. He could send a document from his local to the server. Okay. Okay. And he could use this get to get a file from the server to the workstation, as we did. He lists the directory and found the flag, and then he just get the flag, and then he just quits by typing by, and then he gets into it, and he gives us nice work. Beautiful. So I'm gonna go here, copy the flag. We go here, and we're gonna go. What does the 3 acronym FTP stands for? File transfer protocol. Okay, file transfer protocol. Okay, we missed a bit. Easy. Which port does the FTP service listen on? Usually, this port 21. Correct. FTP sends data in the clear without an encryption. What encryption is used for later protocol designed to provide similar functionality to FTP but securely as an extension of this SSH protocol. It is actually secure FTP. Submit. Correct. Okay, what is the command we use to send an ACP echo request to test our correction? Okay, that's the question we had before. This ping, very obvious. From your scans, what version is FTP running on the target? Okay, so we're gonna go and guys, we're gonna go to this terminal, go and scroll on top, and then we're gonna see here the FTP, and this is the version. I'm gonna copy that real quick, paste it and submit. Easy. From your scans, what OS type is running? Okay, it's Unix. Unix is very old. It's older than Linux. Crazy. Okay, what is this command we need to run in order to display the FTP client help menu? So we just type FTP, and if you call this dash, then it's dash, and then exclamation mark. Easy. Beautiful. Then what is username? What is username that is used over FTP when you want to log in without having an account? So it's gonna be anonymous. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, what happened? There's a problem. I'm having problems. Help. Help. Keyboard is not getting red. Okay, inserts. Okay, that's weird. Okay, it's working again. Beautiful. Was scared. Come on. Why is this not working? Ah, because I've answered. Okay. What is username is used over FTP? Okay, it's actually anonymous. Anonymous. The best username that you could use is anonymous. Love it. And submit. Easy. What is the response code we get for the FTP message? Login successful. So we're gonna get a message after login successful. Oh my god, I forgot. Oh yeah, it's 200, which is okay, right? No, it's not. Let's check that. So let's go, yeah, login successful. Where is it? Where is it at? Okay, yeah, 200 actually. Okay. It's weird. Login successful. 230. Okay, beautiful. 230. That's the code. Okay. There are a couple of commands we can use to list the files and directories available on FTP server. Okay. One is dir. What is the other? That is a common way to list files on Linux system. It is actually ls, lists. Okay. Beautiful. What is the command used to download the file we found on the FTP server? Okay. It is actually get. Beautiful. Now I'm just gonna go and paste the flag. That's it. That's it for today, I guess. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so we're just gonna close this. Go here, disconnect. I could disconnect anyways. Doesn't matter. Because we're gonna go to this terminal, disconnect ourselves from the VPN, clear it, and exit. Beautiful. So tomorrow we're gonna go and attack this machine and this machine, and we're gonna go to Windows as well. This is a Windows machine. This is with, okay, beautiful. When I get to know Windows, how to attack Windows as well. There's a bunch of them. So if I could get 3 of these, beautiful. Oh, this one is VIP. Okay, so, oh my god, for machines we can do. That's the problem. You'll have to pay. Maybe I'll pay, maybe I'll pay. Like how much the VIP actually? How much? How expensive? Okay, so billing plans. Okay, this is the VIP. I go and click VIP. Upgrades. Okay. It's like $18 per month. Come on, man. Per month's too much little. At least per year. Per month, man. I don't have that for month. Like I could get this for 2 months. Okay, so we could get 800 plus retired labs. We get personal machine instances, unlimited pawn box, guided on an official workflow. Okay. CPE credit submission, automatic submit CPE credit hours to ESK for complex machines. Okay, priority support. You get the support. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I'm willing to go for the IP. So monthly, oh my god. Oh my god, $25? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like how much would you pay for the whole year? 250? Kidding me? I'm not paying that. I'm not paying all of that, bro. Forget about it. I'm going free. Free is enough. Free is always enough. So just get back to those machines. Okay, it doesn't let me. Okay, no problem. Go to the history. I'm gonna go to this, I guess. No. This one. Okay, just change this into the app subdirectory. Okay, so we're gonna go here, starting points. And there we go. So actually $25 just get these machines is crazy. Is it an investment? I don't think so. It is bad investment. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. So this was it for the stream. Have a good night.